Why, hello. I think we did this at the end of yesterday, but I'm going to run it again just to be sure that we did. Make sure we're all good to go and set up to get started today. Hopefully. Yeah, we're good. Hopefully this is done for now after we had to double back. Just pull this stuff out real quick. So we have that on deck and ready to go. Okay. Make sure that we didn't leave any. We don't do that yet, so we can punt that task. That we can worry about when we do the editor stuff, which is gonna kind of be soon. I think we're gonna have to start doing editor things. That kind of comes after. Well, let's actually look. I don't have any tickets over here just yet. I thought I added them. I guess not. But we'll probably start here, maybe? Maybe not. I'm not sure yet. But this is going to be actually what we should do. We should break this up into multiple tasks because it's going to be a big one, right? We need to make map load a config file, which is fine. We have the technology, right? But then we also need to write a database layer for it. And we're going to have to worry about periodically updating that with a state, right? Character location doesn't go in there, but we probably don't care about the connection visibility either, because that's pretty ephemeral, right? So that should be fine. We're going to care about the contents of a room. That'll be part of the state. Location is stored in the character. And just thinking, turn that down just a tad. Right now items are the only thing that's going to be mattering, and we need to make items before we worry about that. So I think we're okay. Hang on a second. Just looking at my audio levels and concerned that I may be blowing out. In the red a couple times now. So let me put this back to where it was. And then it's weird because I haven't changed anything with the audio settings since I fixed it yesterday. Let's try that. That'd be a little better, maybe. Okay. So items are the only thing that we're going to care about, and then the we need to make that first, but we need this to be 2 stages. That is storing and loading map and config files. That's going to have to come after we do items, because that's the only thing. I keep forgetting about that. That's the only thing we're going to care about right now until we find something else that needs it. Ooh, hello. Thank you. Why does this thing keep getting worse to use? Let's get that up there. Do we have something for items yet? We do. So we do that. Items are going to be... I don't think items need a database entry. Other things will store them. So we can take this and we can say... Let's cancel it. Let's break it out. We'll say that we need to and then I'm going to forget that button again. There we go. Come on. Why are you so awful today? Go up. There we go. So we can still do that for rat meow. Kind of putting off editor because I don't know if we want to continue to use Cogent or not. I like Cogent, but it's not ready yet. Things keep changing in it that break my stuff, which, I mean, fair play. It's early days for it. It's not ready for production. That's fine. I'm just worried that it's going to become a liability, right? And I think Fine may be more stable, but I haven't used Fine. So I'm kind of waffling on full send a swap or just keep going with Cogent. And the only reason that I don't just write the editor and Fine and like compare is I would like to share widgets, right? I should look and see if that's a thing in Fine. It should be. But we should actually do this. This is what we're working on, right? Meow, as a matter of fact. Okay. So that, and then let's keep going with our checking. Nothing in there. Good. So when we're done, right, maybe we weren't done with this one. Ah, right, okay. Because we copied that. This, let's pull these out. This can stay in here. These are not part of this package's concerns for sure. We need to make this a proper thingamajigger, ticket, card, whatever you want to call it. Let's do this. How do I want to phrase this? We'll do to true if a status deals image by default, allow user to override but display warning if they choose not to let it block logout. There's got to be a setting for that. In fact, we're going to look for one right now. Are you... That's old. You notice that's a pain to find any good answers with like thought behind them now on the internet. I really don't like it. Okay. Let's see. Where would I find project settings? Okay, maybe. Oh, nope. Is there... Nope. There's so much of this that I just don't care about, but nothing about... I'll have to dig on this later. It's not in an obvious place. The preliminary results led to statuses of PRs and also a notification that they were making or things talking about not wanting them to be default by default or to be draft by default. But this may be an XKCD every change breaks someone's workflow story. Because I don't care about issues at this stage. That's for later. Okay. So we've taken that out. We have made a card for it. Okay. And I think that's it for now, hopefully. Then again, I thought that before. And now look at us. But if it's not, we'll just make more bugs. That's done. Refresh you. We can PR this up. This looks correct. Delete that. Oh my gosh. If you type the right answers or the right words, all of them, it helps. Delete you. We'll push main into here so that we're up to date with the changes we made, and then we can go back to what we were trying to do, which is to get configs from main on in. So let's get this back to a degree of sanity, and actually we're just going to start here. So we've got our statuses, skills, and attributes. Good. Then we will go ahead and go through here and character manager gets a config. That is its config. That's good. Manager gets a config. Map could use, well, that's the next thing. So we'll leave map because that's the next task we need to do. we're going to have to replace new test map with loading from a config, right? Okay. Oh, maybe that's why I was thinking to start with the editor for map. Because it's going to be really hard to write that file by hand. I bet you that's what I was thinking. Okay, that's fine. You get that client handler. That's fine. Because we kind of build that on the fly, right? So this should be, we need to config, that's where we were. We need a config for the manager, or for the server. And it's going to have things like protocol, let's call it that. Yeah, because the let's do this instead as, because this technically takes server and port. If you just specify port, it listens on all sockets, I believe. Protocol address, and then here's what we're going to do. How do I want to set this up in the file? Is there a way to This is specifically talking about configs, which I like. We could put the environmental variable with the password. Like, it doesn't matter for dev and testing, but it matters for production, right? We don't want to have unencrypted database passwords just chillaxing. And I want to make sure that this is something we can easily do before. Well, this is everything I already know. We're going to have to do this with character passwords too. Let's see. I think it's fine. We're just going to have to tie it into like bcrypt or something, right? For now, it can live as a string, and eventually it'll live as a string too. Pretty sure that we can, we're kosher. Like right now we won't be because we're just going to rough it in with strings, but later we will. Actually, and this is already... oh, right. That. And then, let's see here. This we should also do. This is not the correct struct. This is. This will be from that. And then that we don't need. We'll need a game map in here as well. And then this actually, let's actually do our due diligence here. Like so. And there's that. put you over here. Going to need to... think about here. If we did, I don't think it makes sense to really support putting these anywhere else. We already handled moving the the config files for the different modules if you want to for some reason. But I don't think we gain anything by trying to figure out how to put this somewhere else. So I think that is fine. This actually needs to live over here if we want to use the same code, which we probably do. But we can't do that because then we'd get import issues. Because Character Manager imports Config Manager to do its config magic. Like so. So we can't do that. What we will do is let's think here. Does this still make sense in the shared if we can't do that? It doesn't. It needs to live inside server internal. Nope, I lied. We moved it because editor is going to want to use it. That does make sense. Okay. Back you go. Hopefully everything sorts itself out. But that still leaves us with this issue. And this can be that. Did Go format move that? It did. Okay, fine. Be that way. That's going away because it's we're doing right meow. Yeah, it's fine. We're just gonna have to this will return what did I call you? Yep, that's what. Oh. This should be typed, not far. Silly me. So we're going to borrow some of this. This is going to be... Let's also move... We need to put inside of here as well. Server address. Let's also do... We're going to need to write this back too if we make changes. So we can put in that. It's going to look a lot like that. That. Actually, this. Right? Up there. We probably want... Let's do... that. Just for funsies. We'll say... not print line. Printf. Right, we don't have... game name. This is going to need also this. No, we should do... Yeah, that's fine. If we can't load a config, that's absolutely a panic. That's fine. And then what we're going to want to do these are going to go away. This will stay. We need to move this down here. This is annoying me. There. Get rid of those squiggles down there. This... This can be... that... that... and then we join that. Let's do that. It'll be nicer. Let's not do that. Let's just do that. Can just return empty. Let's see here. File data. Do I want to check that? Yes, because it should be that. Otherwise, we do error on marshalling. Otherwise, life is good. Return it. And how much of this can we just steal? Marshal you. We are going to want it pretty. That's fine. That's all of this. This needs to be oops. Not before this. We don't have that. And then config file name. There we go. And then as part of this, we will actually, because we update that, we can just say this that's fine probably, I think. Maybe we do that instead. And then we don't do it here. Does that make sense? No. Well, yes, but no. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Once we load it, wait a second, I'm getting confused here. This should only be config folder, which is that. Yes, yes, this is correct. Oops, not you. Just empty. Error updating config file with new folder path. That. This is going to be used in case of an invalid config as well, I believe. Which we have to guard against now that we don't hard code it. That's fine. Should we do... No. We let everyone else worry about their own config's correctness. So we load the config. Make that the name. Great. Currently we set... Ooh. Let's see here. Let's say... Should that be in config? That should be... No. We'll want to drive this off of something else. Probably. Like admin should be able to toggle this on and off while the server's live, right? I think. Yes, should be able to. We do it here. Or if... Actually, we should be able to do it anywhere that we have a reference to log. So that should be fine. This becomes... This needs to be a pointer to make... Does that make sense? I don't think you care. That can be copied, it doesn't matter. And then database config, all of that. This we're punting. This is that. Oh wait, no, we have the whole manager config here. Except we don't. We don't care about that for JSON. And because this goes into the config. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. So what we do here to avoid or do we want to this whole thing goes out. This becomes character manager config. We can do that. That's fine. We can have duplicates in the config. And if they want to move it, they can move it. I don't know why you would care, but somebody will. Always do. Every change breaks somebody's workflow. Okay, so there's that, there's that, there's that. That. This becomes... We need to make sure we do... oops. There's nothing... We don't have a game manager config. Okay, yes. Do we want to set this here? No. We're going to want this to be... something that we pull from somewhere where it makes sense. Because this needs to get changed, like, all the time, right? And we don't want to keep writing to a config file for that. We could, though. It makes more sense to read it locally than it does over the database, right? We're going to... Maybe it does. Maybe we just pull it out of the database. That is very much like the state, right? For now, this is fine. Let's do this. We're going to pull this. Nope. Over here. Take this out of here. This like so. Actually. That will make ourselves a quick to-do-y type thing here. Okay, yes, good. Now we just need to build this. Oops, one too many. There we go. I think also what we're going to do... Not that, this. We'll say down here. If it is that, then we say that. We should rename that. If we're going to call it directory elsewhere, we should call it directory here. Like so. That's good, I like. I don't know why I'm just not happy with that today. Okay, so... That is all kosher, I think. This... Well, we're going to keep that around because we need to move it over into the config file. Might as well do that now. this is that, and this becomes this. We need to put I like that more. That. That won't matter. Second, that's this will be I deleted them. Oh, it won't matter. We can just pull them out of here. Oops. Game manager. That's fine. Character manager. We're going to omit that because we can. Like so. Now we can get rid of this. That's fine. This goes away as well. Ah. There, that's all set. Think it can start it as a quick test. Not that. That. Ah. Silly me. There we go. Defaults to 80 apparently. Good. Let's also do and then we'll say that. Just for visual organization there. And for good feedback. So we say, hey, we initialized our server config successfully. Initializing database. That's open. Da, 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 da. We should also log while we're here. Oh, you know what? We push that into... Let's do that. And then we do... Should really be... And this should really be loading too. And then character manager. Dupe, connecting character database, connected, loading attributes and file, loaded, skills, loaded, status effects. Status effects is not correctly. Loading, do. Bop, 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 bop. And what we should do, because this is really completed. We do not opine upon success or not, because we might skip some things. Well, I guess not in this case. This one might skip some stuff. Does this one skip anything? No. No. And then game manager. We have added, yes. This should really be started. Character manager. That's... This is a loading, these other ones are startings, really. Okay, let's see how that looks. And let's also be... That's probably the correct word in that case. Database connection open, loading game map, map status minor starting, game map loaded successfully. We should do... That's fine. Starting character manager, connecting character database, connected. Loading attributes from file, loaded successfully, skills, loaded successfully, status effects, status effect loading complete, check logs for details, character manager started, game manager, starting game manager, connecting to account database connected, game manager started successfully, starting mud server, game manager starting. Because, check here. I like that more. What is calling game manager run? New manager calls it. This can be... Just try to be as clear as possible about the state of things. Will help debugging a lot, in my experience. Okay. That is a good start. Let's go ahead. Stop you. Configs your server into file. Tidy up logging a bit for things. And JSON tags. Okay. I'm way over my hour break by 50%, as a matter of fact. So I'm going to take a quick break, stand up, stretch, walk around, etc. Get the butt-itis stretched out of here. I'll be right back. All right. Here we go. Now, let's do... That's good for... Let's actually make sure we can connect still. That should be good for a start to... the actual... code side of things. Excellent. So that's all happy for now. We need to do some tests. Oops. Get down there. Let's close out these real quick. We're done with them for right meow. Let's do... borrow the... Oh, this is the manager itself, not its tests. We'll need this, except for this will be... That's fine. We'll need a... one of them. Oops. What? Ah. Obviously. And because we're not going to actually load these, it's fine. We just want to make sure. This becomes this. We're going to leave you out. That. We're going to steal some of this. Oh, wait, not that. Some of this. This. Yes. This. This. All of that loveliness. We're also going to steal that. This will, however, be Oops. This. That. That. This should actually be that. Beautiful. Like so. And we're going to say that like so, and then I'm going to say that is this, but this that, and then if we do deep equal, let's do this the other way around, then we can say let's call this, let's say got, throw some breaks in so it's easier to read. These should actually be expanded like that. And then we say we got results expected, boom. This should did I just why did you load? It's because we got the real config loaded. So that means we probably loaded from the wrong place right here. Betcha? Ah, right. We need to Not that. Does it even make sense to have this if we're just going to do that? That's the question now. Did I write? Does that... We would have to drive this off of flags or environmental variables. And I don't want to. So let's just kill that. That. We don't even need to do that. What we need to do... Let's just take this. I guess I did copy that. That's fine. Oh my gosh. Stop. I realize it's my own fault for being close to the same name. But I still don't want to. Okay. So we get rid of that. We can get rid of that. This just becomes... Should read out back that way correctly. This goes away. I lied. This goes into here. And then let's also... This... Do not... Go. Make this a var to facilitate testing. That, this, and then later that'll also facilitate changing if we decide that we must. Okay. Then let's do How much of this can we steal? We need to, okay. We can just do this like so, except for we can do that. This is that. And then what we're going to do, steal this real quick. Already pasted. Cool. Go away. This will be expected. Actually, what we should do just get it nice and modified. Is it error? What did I make you return? Wrong file. Yes. Like so. We'll say and then we'll do a reload if there's an error. That's fatal. Like so. This becomes what was it? New config. This makes sure we have the new stuff that we read back, but also if it should not be the same. It should never happen, but let's just chuck a test on it. Let's call it that. Here we go. I think that's good for now. Let's just double check. Double check this beverage. Okay, so we should put, we don't give you log, that's why. Would it make sense to give it? Probably. That's that. We should also database, which is a do this. That. Give you that as well so that you can clean up. And let's also rename you. You are more of a that's fine. So let's go ahead and give database a logger as well. Let's call you logger. Yeah, logger's fine. That's when we do this, assuming first of all we're gonna do is we'll put our info log in here. Right. And then in here at the end, that's that. Or I could do I did that backwards. Let's do this. Yeah. I was thinking about which way to do it and then I failed to commit to one or the other. Break that up just a little bit visually. That puts everything in there for that. That's good. Let's also make sure that when we stop our server, we do see that now. Because it wasn't getting database. Cool. We also need to as part of this, This we need to put into this. This. And then and what we're going to do is that, this, we're going to move all this into load it, set up a logger. This actually doesn't need to be exported. That's that. Ah, we have that. Double check here, client config. Because that's our handler. Okay, yeah, so that's fine there. don't think I like the name connection though. Let's call you TLS server. Leave the strings alone. Just do the code. Thank you. This all goes away and it becomes... Actually, hang on, I lied. This all does go away. We can give a log still. This becomes... where this stuff will go. You can go back to being called SigKill Watcher. We'll just give you log for the sake of being able to log. All of this goes away and comes in here instead. We can still do that, that's fine. That shut down. s.log s.db.disconnect database, sorry. Log the error. Do that. We're also going to say instead of doing this, that I don't think it makes sense to have this return anything. We can just log them. It's fine. There's nothing that we can do about them at this stage, so it does not make sense. Before we do this, though, we need to do... Let's do... internal game manager. Do we have a... We don't. Okay. We will need... Don't know why that's like that currently. We'll need that. I like that it scrolls down finally. I don't know why I didn't do that before. It gave me a weird pop-up. I think they're A/B testing crap. So we don't have that yet. Part of Game Manager shutdown will be to tell all the logged in characters that they need to shut down, that they need to disconnect, right? Which won't need to be in there. Or will we need to do something here? You don't think we'll need to do anything there? Game manager is going to tell the characters shut down. Character manager doesn't do anything just yet that requires a clean shutdown. We should do we're gonna do this. This. Currently only used in tests. This. No. This becomes this. Let's think here. We can do this goes here. That is fine for now. We're going to want to eventually Minder should stop first. We'll do that. That. Do that correctly, it'll work better. There we go. Liking that. So what this is going to do, not this, this is it's going to call. Okay. It's just going to need to be that. Ditch this. Do that. Whoop. And then that. And then this is where we're going to have to add that, but that's fine. That will be part of... There'll be need to be like a like a shutdown sort of thing in Game Manager that'll block people from logging in and stuff like that, right? So now job signal received, stop map minder shut down normally, map status miner shutting down. So I don't need this. Let's put this actually before that. So Attempting stop map miner, map status miner shutting down, database disconnected. Go, all that. Actually, I don't even need this because stop binder logs that. Well, that's what this really indicates. That should be fine, hopefully. Just double check. State of things here. Close. Interrupt signal received. Server stopped normally. Attempting to stop map status miner. Map status miner has been stopped. Database disconnected. Okay, cool. I like that. That's good. And then we can test this independent if we need to, for some reason. This doesn't need to be exported. Well, probably not. For now, it can be not. Let's do that. Let's do... that for now. Actually... make sure this is happy. No. Client handler. Let's see here. Client handler task needs to be fixed. because we changed. Oh, that's why. This is why we had a pointer. No. This is because we're going to hand it out to our client handler. Wait, is that true? No, that's not true. That'll go away. Let's check that real quick. Okay, that fixes the client handler. That's fine. Now let's start with the panic here first. Internal car database roller status. Conf GM database test. Game manager database test. Because you don't take that anymore. You take that now. And then char database. Character. Char database. Oops, I closed that. Shouldn't have. All right, let's just keep going here. In database. It's because bat because no, that can't be it. Client handler test. $36. Because this needs a logger. That. Okay. Car database. Also got $29. This. Thought for sure I had fixed that. Oh, because this is a different. Different instance, different test. Okay, that fixes our panics. Good. Now let's go take a look at car database test. Which has pointer, take out. Perfect. Love it. Beautiful. Character test. Yeah, this is going to break a bunch of stuff, but that's fine. It's just a little bitty. It'll be in car manager. Just a little bitty. This is going to also need to be that. Game manager test. Same deal here with this. That. And that. Beautiful. MOTD needs to get the heck out of here too. This needs to be that for now. That. I think I got another panic again real quick there. Yeah, I forget something. Car database test. Sure did. Teased. Let's check that test, eh? That. Beautiful. Fantastic. Love that. Are we done with this? I think we might be for now until we move map. Think here. I think so. But again, I'm over my goal of an hour. Oh, hi, Nolan Zins. If you're still here, I'm sorry. I totally missed you. I was in the zone. I'm totally over my hour goal here. So I'm going to take a quick break, stand up, walk around, stretch out, and I'll be right back, and I'll kind of ponder while I do whether or not we're done with this. But yeah, be right back. Okay. Pretty sure we're done. For now. With this. What I should do is fix that later. Because I don't want to mess with too much. I don't know why this keeps doing that. It's suboptimal. That I believe is done. Pretty sure. Just make sure that we're good. Yes, good. So we can do a PR here. And get everything cleaned up here. Okay. What will we tackle next? We are going to think about let's look at some docs. What do you have for me here? So you need all that. Okay. We probably have most of that. Set up the module name before you can use the package. We already got that. Ooh. It needs a C compiler, which means it's using Go C, which I don't think Cogent does. I could be wrong. I might be very, very wrong there. That makes sense, yes. Okay, this isn't really... I'm looking for, like, what's the correct way to change a page, right? Mm. Mm-hmm. See, some things I like, some things are, yeah. As usual, like all the examples are toy examples, and you won't find all the difficult, annoying, sharp edges until you actually start trying to build a thing in it, right? I'm not sure that I love their mobile first sort of outlook. Where was the updating content? Windows are created using this. To resize. Seems like you could set content and then conference, huh? Fine Conf. Berlin, Germany. Maybe we'll have to see if they put that on YouTube or not. Yeah, we can make widgets, labels, and entries. Mm-hmm. Let's take a look and see what they've been up to over here in Cogent Land. Because I think our next task really needs to be this. Well, no. I lied. It needs to be this, but we need to figure out this is going to be relevant, right? We do need to fix this up though. Like so. we need to think about the structure of the config file, right? And how are we going to express the connections and stuff like that in a way that makes coherent sense, right? Otherwise, it's going to get wonky. Learn. At least we fixed this since the last time I was here. Nothing for theming yet? Style. There we go. Stream Manager keeps freezing for some reason. Let's get out of here for right now. Could use HTML formatting instead of that. That's an interesting thought. We would need to... I don't want to close the door completely on eventually supporting different clients. So we would need a formatter type thing, right? That would write all of the formatting of whatever kind to translate it from an internal sort of format to an external, which kind of suck, but I'm getting sidetracked here. What I really need to check, text editor is what we're using right now because of reasons that I don't recall anymore. Yeah, this doesn't answer any of those questions. Okay. Getting sidetracked. I'll have to think about that some more. Let's also real quick. Am I? Yes. Double check. It's not scrolling to the end correctly anymore, which is deeply annoying. Because I'm super sure we fixed that. Let's take a quick look. Was it in widgets? No. Must still be in main. Game screen. Probably should pull this out into a widget, but we'll see how we go before we get too tied up in that idea. Oops, that's not what I want. The where do we set? Set batch. Was it in here? Or was it on? Auto scroll editors on the buffer. Is that not? .2. Maybe I'm behind. Maybe I'm behind the times. Let's take a look. Not that. This 2.3.8. That should be. Maybe it was... Maybe it's this. Let's see. That does not. If I... Hmm. And then if we... This should already be set doing this then. So that clears that. So why this? Not that. But this doesn't have a reference to that. Just has a right pipe. What sets? There was a interesting thing I saw. CGNA code. Well, honestly, I have a question because I'm trying to figure something out. This kind of for cryptography was rated a Python. I know some Python. What's your question? Do you have like an online playground link? Chat isn't really the best place for code because the formatting will probably break. Discord. I don't have a Discord server because I don't want to moderate it. What I would do if I was you, are you familiar with Pirate Software? Okay, he's a big streamer on Twitch. He has a Discord that's full of, it's open to the public, and it's full of people that do stuff, right? There's code in there, there's streaming stuff in there, there's art, game dev, a whole bunch of cool stuff in there. I would join his Discord and throw your question into the programming section there. That would be the best way to get a whole bunch of good brains looking at your stuff. And then you can use Discord formatting. It's 3 backticks, I think, for code. Yeah, man, you bet. Let's see, where was I? I was looking for... Pentext, that's what I was looking for. So why... Wonder if it's because I have messed with the refresh rate. Default is 200 milliseconds. What if I take that back up to 100? I wonder if that will help. Helps if you type the right numbers and letters. No. It just makes it feel a little slow and awful. Okay. I'm just going to ask them about it. And let them worry about it, I think. Pretty sure we had this working before, so it makes sense to do that. kind of getting sidetracked from what our goals are today, though. So let's get that. Let's close this out. Let's get this out of here. Let's worry about map. Map is our worry today. Game map specifically. Let's get our client too. So what we need in that as well, what we need is to think about how to express the layout of a map in the game sense as JSON. And let's also do and we can duplicate our test map just fine. For ongoing testing purposes, I'm just thinking about the. Let's get rid of this for now. The connections, right? They're driven off of what are they driven? What drives our connection? Connection. Okay, so it's driven off of adjacency. It's driven off of a coordinate. Okay. That's good. I think. So we need a tile. We need not cooldowns. Let's see, we need to just thinking about how to pack this in, right? We'll unpack it into these things. Our config file needs to look like the tiles, right? They need to have a location. And then they need connections. Tricky. Should we load? Thinking, let's throw in a JSON file real quick. I guess we could do something like this. And in here we have yawn tiles. And in here, ye old connections. That would require tiles get UUIDs. Right? Yes. And we'll have to wire up that to take in one. And then we could have each connection. How did we do? Because we tested for cases where the connection was unidirectional. Yes. It's because it has, okay, yes, it has transits. So when we do connect, that's just a flag. And it's going to set a... It's going to put transits inside its connections. So it's going to look like... Well, let's back up just a little bit here. What does a tile look like? Tile looks like your UID. Parent is going to be a thing. That's going to be a UUID as well, I think. Location is going to be a location, which is a coordinates.point. What does coordinates.point look like? It looks like what if we made it that for the sake of the config file? That's readable. I like that. Put you at 0, 0 just for grins. This is the actual description, which in our test is year 0, 0. And then we had a verbose description. That was just steal what we wrote. Go, and then connections is going to be the tricky part. What we could do is get rid of that for now. We need this essentially. And this will also need to take a UUID, that's fine. Let's rough in what this will need to look like. That's a string. Oh gosh. Get in there some sort of sane formatting. There we go. Let's go look at our connections. The tricky part is the difference between the bidirectional and the unidirectional connections, right? So what we want to do here, I think, maybe we don't do bidirectional and we just parse them. And if they're the same, they're the same. Well, no. Because that makes it easy to screw this up. And really, you should be using an editor to do this, but it's hard to read too if we do that. So origin tile, maybe? Origin coordinate? What if we did that? We say you're 0, 0. Let's take you. We'll say you're 1, 1, so your X origin coordinate. If we did that, then we could just say that And then let's do another one of these really quick. Kind of to form our prototype of stuff here. Oops. Let's make sure we do this correctly. And we'll say that we'll connect them differently in a second here. So bidirectional. This will be an integer. 0 is fine for this. We'll make these optional. Except for this should be something like this. And then USDC inter template is we need to look here. We did with template, yes. Cardinal is what we used. I will call it that for now. And then this is we can do that. Just so we have this here. And we'll test that we can parse it correctly, all that good stuff. The description is used for look. Okay. Let's call this exit description. Do that for now. So that is our bidirectional, which should create 0, 0 to 0, 1 and back. And then we can do another that is 0, 0. This should be 1, 0. This is 0, 1. Bidirectional false. Like that. We're going to remove those from that one since we have them here. And then we'll do one more of these. Also false. Just some placeholders that we can play with, but this is actually from 0, 1 to 0, 0. And this should actually be... Yes, that's fine. don't know that splitting these up makes sense, but we'll noodle that out as we go. Okay, so then this should look like our tiles need connections. And I think if we we need these to get UUIDs. But it's going to end up looking like this, I think. Okay. Let's start with this as the plan. And actually, we could do... We can determine this on load. Ideally, we would have UUIDs, but if we cover both angles, I think we're okay. So, let's go to... First off, this will be pushed up. Now we can go into loading it. Shared Fig Manager. That will be the first. And we'll need tests. Go over here for a second. Let's break these up a little bit. Let's do... You can be attributes. And this is just organizational. it'll all end up in the same package, and so everything should work still just fine. We'll put skill over here. Like so. Oops. Statuses. All of you go over here. And then we can do a quick test here. This shouldn't break anything. But we want to make sure it didn't before we go making more changes. Good. Do that as well. This is that up. And then this will be this. Each tile has that. Which will be also we could do a UUID for each. And then if we put this inside a list, should have just added them and not done that. That's fine. Then we could store multiple maps inside of one file. Or let's just keep it simple to start with. We'll leave it as one. But we'll still give it a one of them. Tiles. Okay. So parent. So yeah, parent will be that. Or does it make, it doesn't make sense. We can take parent out. Because if they're in this, then they are part of this map. Okay. And then if we put maps in maps, like a city, if we need to break that out, then they could just go in there and it'll be fine. So UUID. Location, which is, I think this needs to be this for JSON reasons. No. Maybe. We'll leave it there for now. Description is a string. Verbose description is a string. Connections is a list of there's no null about that. And then a connection one of them. Origin. Destination. Bool. String. And let's go take a quick look at what does connect do with the description. If it's not set, there's both. Okay. And then this is something like that would allow us to set specifically okay. This should actually be... Okay. So that, and then a map file has a... which is a list. Don't think I'm gaining anything for doing that. Which is a list of that. Now, let's do... Oop. Put our JSON tags on. This is verbose. Why can't I type today? It's worse than usual. Connections. That shouldn't be... yeah. No. It shouldn't be empty. Otherwise you can't get there. That'd be silly. Let's see here. No, I have somehow forgotten. Okay. That, like so. Do we want to... Yes, we do. We want to break these out as well. Okay, hang on one sec. Let's do this. Otherwise, it's going to start to get hard to read those tests. And then let's go ahead and break these up real quick. This. Beautiful. So then only main lives in here. All the rest live here, so it's easy to focus in on those. Actually, can I also do... I think I can. Oops. That. And then skills will get the same treatment. And then attributes. That should be way easier to read and reason about. And then you, perfect. Nothing here should be broken. Beautiful. Before we do anything else, that. Not that. Let's do a cheeky borrow. And just change these up a bit. Does this make any sense to have? We need to change these first and foremost. This... Actually, I don't think... It's only tests that use this currently, which makes sense. This should actually be... Yeah, we'll need that. But... New tile, which will give a tile config. New connection. There we go. Get that sketched in. This kind of just needs to go away because it won't really be applicable. We're probably going to need this. Won't make sense either, actually. Tile and connection will, I think. We'll need to be able to add both of those. That should be fine. Load map is going to turn that. We will read that. That's not that. Oh, right. Unmarshaled is just going to be we won't need that. Tiles. This becomes tile. Exclude that. That. Right, we did this because otherwise it gets messy. That. Then we make a new one. And then what we're going to do is say we'll update that. And then we need to do this again. Except for it'll be through the connections. ID. Connection index. Connection update is still true. Why? That. Instead of unmarshaled, we're going to call this. There we go. Turn a pointer. Beauteous. Okay. Other thing we're going to need to do here. That's fine. That'll get us... UUIDs on everything. Get us loaded. But we need also to add... Let's take our queue from here. Make sure we name things similarly. That's... And then we need to also... Why are you mad? Silly me. That. We'll fill this in after, but this is going to be the pattern. This, that. You are at 1 0 0 1 1 0 0 1. Then new, true, this is zero, zero. Oops. Goes that way. This is 0, 1. True. This becomes this is all actually going to be no. Yeah. That's fine. We're going to need to make sure bidirectional this needs to be, because otherwise when it writes it, it'll write empties, which is just messy. We don't need that. Wouldn't hurt anything. But we want pretty configs. This will look like this, except for they will be 0010. This is 0001. Oop, did I just... I did. I don't know why I keep flipping that. 100001. This is 01200. Beautimous. These other ones have... This doesn't. Oh, we also need... to make sure spot and use come after bidirectional. We omit empty. That, like so. For the sake of our test, we're going to say that these are 1. We'll borrow this. Oops. Here's the description. That. Oops. Copy, not paste. Thank you. That. 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 Okay, there's our test file or text structure. And in our main test here, we will do marshaled map test map config This is test map. Test. Do that correctly will help. This, right, yes, goods, test, map. Ah. Like so. Okay, hopefully I haven't missed anything there. Looked good. Oh, also I need to... This is... This... Oh. Right, yes. We need to do... This... This will have... That... This will have... You should have all three. No. Yes. This one has two. This actually has... That has the third. This has the first. because it's the same connection that gets us back. To 0 to 1, 0 bidirectionally, yes. Okay. This has the second because it leaves there, and this has the third because it returns. Okay, yes. Yes, good. This. 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 Beautiful. This is load map. That. 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 No. Got an UUID. Whoops. There we go. Tiles is that. That. Bet you I've screwed up the connections. That one and that one. Both of those are true. Or correct, rather. That's correct. Oh. Yep, right there. I was gonna say, how did I mess that up? It literally just reads it back. Okay. Let's do... we're done with this for now. We're gonna do that. This will be, that's fine. Okay. And then we should... do something like this. Because we need to duplicate or make our own. That can be that. Except we need to take out, let's see, that. And then we can also take out this. And if we take out that, this won't have that, but that's fine. In fact, it should be that. Did I miss one of those? I did. Okay, good. That. That. This is... Result 1 is load. Right, yes, okay. This is going to end up being, let's exclude that. Fix that. And actually we need to do this as well. This is going to fail because it doesn't exist yet, but that's fine. It'll get added. Oops. This is just an error. That if the tile's UUID is not valid, this is actually going to be tile that. This becomes connections. Like so. And then we do the same thing here. Except for we'll just borrow these. Because that. So we're testing both that it gets written to the file and that it gets set to what loading returns for us. Yep. no UUID. We expect that because we need to come over here and do here. We're going to say if map config, oops, this will be not map config dot null UID dot valid, map config dot null UUID equals UID dot null UUID UUID new dot UUID new true. That. And now we pass. Excellent. Whoops. Okay. So that handles that. I think this is actually a pretty good spot to stop. We ran long today, which is fine. We ended early yesterday. I had things to do. We will need to write these. Or does this even make any sense at all? Yes, the editor's going to need these. So we'll need to write those. We'll write tests for them, I think. They're pretty basic, but yeah, we have done testing for the others. It makes a degree of sense. Catches silly things if we make changes, right? So we'll write those tomorrow, and we will do. We'll probably start cracking into getting this wired up into the map, so that we can replace the new test map function with a load that'll have our example map all in there. And then we can start with the editor making, and we probably want to view first. We probably want to be able to see a visual representation of the map. I think that's going to make it more friendly to edit a map. So that'll probably be next. Then we'll add the ability to start consuming this and using it to make changes to maps and to build them from scratch, right? Yeah, I think so. We'll also have to handle connecting these if they're not connected correctly. In order to do that on the load, we're going to need to need a method that hangs off of a map file, I think. Yeah. In fact, let's make ourselves a note. We'll do that. Did it be changed over here? Nothing. Okay, yeah, it just hadn't refreshed. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure that we keep this note for ourselves. Just so that it's saved. Yeah. So thank you for everyone who swung through today. We'll be doing this again tomorrow, same time, which on Twitch is down below, in the description for my channel. If you're on YouTube, then it's 11 Mountain Time. Do math, because YouTube scheduling is awkward. I'd love to see you again tomorrow if you happen to be around, and we'll just hang out and code for a cozy Sunday. If not, hey, we'll see you next time anyway.